Okay, folks, happy Saturday. A little bit off to a later start. Well, I wasn't off to a later start. Just the painting is off to a later start. I do a lot of things. I did wake up a little later than normal because I was up later than normal. And I do need to get some sleep, unfortunately. And then by the time I got some things ironed out, it was transom light. The transom light came in here and it just messed everything up. It was like the perfect. It was like the worst case scenario there. So we just got off to a late start. We did some other things. Hey, Derek, and you know, normally I'm on here by 6, and by the time 10:30, 11 o'clock rolled around, and I'm like, well, if I'm not going to start first thing in the morning, then let me do some other things. So doing laundry and all kinds of stuff. Today is the last full day of being single, which, the thing about it is that I always, when the girls leave, I have this great idea, like, oh, I'm going to be able to do this, I'm going to be able to do the other thing, and I'm going to be able to do the other thing. And the reality is, I can do so much of my hobby while they're here that there's not really a significant difference in the amount of output that I do, whether or not they're here. So I guess that's a good thing. I always have this idea that I'm going to knock all this stuff out, and it never happens. But anyhow, what else? So we did do some painting off camera this morning. We finished this guy all the way up. And so she's complete. She just needs to be sealed and put on a stand. And this is the Panzer IV by Fujimi. And the Panzer IV H needs decals. And the decal screwing of the century happened last week. And I just don't have them here right now where I can finish this one. So I can't finish that one. Somebody's actually, I ordered some, and then somebody was gracious enough to mail me some as well. So they'll be coming next week. They've also got some numbers coming, which I'm probably going to use for the Panther. So we're not going to work on this one either. And this is the RSO, which I really don't feel like painting figures. I just don't feel like painting figures, So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these 4 vehicles and we're going to get them the hell out of here. And we're not going to work on them at this moment. I'm not going to fire the whole thing up just to seal this. I may later today, because I did get something pretty interesting in here that I would like for you guys. I'd like to share. I've never used it before, but I did order it. And it was rather expensive. I was going to use silly putty, but there's this stuff called masking putty that you can use. This one's made by AK, and supposedly you can use it to mask off what you don't want to spray on, and it's reusable. And it better be reusable because it's freaking like $20. And this is one of these things. Some of these things are expensive. And some of these things are expensive, and if you just get up off your wallet and buy them, the sooner you buy them, the more you'll get use out of it. So, painting light is one of those things. And, and of course, the other reason I'm off to a later start is I finally did the video I've been talking about doing for months. So, you can check that out. And that's, the hand sanitizer one. If you guys watch my channel, you're probably already aware of it, so... and I was looking at it, somebody didn't like it. I like when you put a video and you don't put any controversial and somebody doesn't like it. Well, doesn't really matter why you don't like it. I made it just because I figured making the video. Somebody just doesn't like who they wake up as in the morning, but I don't care. Let me know who you are. I dislike lots of people. I don't mind adding people to the list. It's not in a very exclusive group, people that I don't like. They do it to themselves. Okay, so this is camouflage elastic putty for airbrush. And I think this is purple. No, I don't know what I'm looking at. Is this inside of a container? Yes, it's inside of a Ziploc. I wonder if that means it dries out. I don't know what I'm getting into here. We can discover this shit together. What am I looking at? Well, it doesn't have a smell. That's always a pro. Ooh, this stuff is interesting. Ooh. It's like oily, but not oily. So supposedly what you can do with this stuff is you can put it somewhere on a vehicle and put it on a vehicle or airplane, I guess I would. Well, airplane is a vehicle. And mask things off and then spray paint and then peel it off and you've got this, for like a hard edge camouflage. So I have never used this before. It's supposedly reusable. So it's heroin. I'll take your word for it. I don't know shit about drugs. Alcohol always took me where I needed to go. And it's the weekend, so I don't need alcohol. Although I should probably fire up the scotch later tonight and just have a little bit of it. Heroin, huh? Black tar heroin. I was watching a video yesterday. I'm trying to think what was the video about. Oh, it was a guy that was doing a review on the old Eastern Front movie called Cross of Iron. And his commentary cracked me up. And in it, he said something about cocaine, as he called it, Peruvian marching powder. Just busted out laughing. I'm at lunchtime watching this. I'm in the car, laughing by myself. So supposedly, this stuff you can. It really is elastic. Wow. Okay, it's a bit too elastic. All right, cut it out. Cut it out. Good Lord. All right, so we should be able to do this if you want a hard edge camouflage. And one person was complaining that this was leaving a film, but I don't think it is. You could just mask something off like this. I don't know how it's reusable from the standpoint that it's that if you get paint on it, because you're going to get paint on it, that you can mold it back in there and it doesn't screw anything up. But to do you paint the base color and then put this stuff when you want the base color to stay, spray like green or something like that, and then have this come up and then you mask those areas off. So we're going to try that. Later today off camera. I don't have a setup out there in the garage for the airbrush, and I'm kind of handicapped still when it comes to airbrushing. I'm getting there. I'm getting better at it, but airbrushing is really never going to take over what I'm doing. So I knew that was coming. I ordered that, and let's take a look at something that we're going to use that on. And hopefully I can find these readily. So I'm going to have to do. I got the stub there to prime, and I don't want to fire up the airbrush to prime one thing, because the stuff that I'm using, the primer from Vallejo, is a pain in the ass to use and to clean up. So we're going to prime quite a few things. So we said we were going to do the Soviets next. We're still going to stick to that, but we're going to prime some other stuff while we're at it. And one of the items is something that has a hard edge. Now I've got some Soviet vehicles that are probably the early T-34s that are going to have. Be nice if I could find this. Are going to have some hard edge camouflage, but well, I guess I should finish this thing, shouldn't I? Damn it, I made it with a closed hatch. Oh well. I need to put this around here somewhere. This is the Hasegawa Panzer II that I started painting gray 20 years ago. Back when I didn't finish stuff. what I'm looking for is the German half-tracks. That's what I'm looking for. Shade. I can pull this thing out too. Anything that's kind of in the same food group, so to speak. Here's a Panzer III artillery observation vehicle from MMS. Is this them? No. More Bloody Jerry's. It's the one all the way in the bottom, isn't it? Of course it is. Well, at least we found it. Alright, let's put this stuff back. This is Allied things. More Allied stuff. More Allied stuff. Alright. We have put a dent on these vehicles to the point where we have actually gained a couple boxes. So let's go ahead and put this stuff. And then we're going to go ahead and take. Oh, I don't need that. I just put this back in the closet. Don't mind me, I'm over here talking to myself, trying to stay on track. And I did find the Panzer crew I was missing. The Panzer crewmen. I just don't feel like painting figures. I mean, I'm still going to make these vehicles open top. Here's this beautiful. Here is the beautiful and Cromwell models. Tiger 1. Absolutely beautiful model. With Zimmerant and everything. Okay, here's the German half-tracks and an assortment of other things. Okay, cool. And we pulled out the T-34s, did we not? Yes. Okay. So let's build some shit that when it's time to prime, I'm priming multiple vehicles. Ben Waddy, I used your method to clean my cutting mat and the results were phenomenal. It's crazy, isn't it? It's absolutely crazy. And so when I was in school, I hated writing papers. And the reason why I hated writing papers is because one of the things that I do really poorly is outlines. And if I had an outline for my video, well, first of all, it would be creating more work for myself, so I wouldn't be interested in doing videos as much. But I would not forget to do things. And one of the things that I forgot to mention is you can actually use it as a paint stripper. And one of these vehicles, one of these German half-tracks, I'll know which one it is as soon as I see it. I ended up squirting some of this stuff on and started rubbing off the color, and it worked really well. And of course, I'm not going to be able to find it now, is it? Am I? Well, one of the German half-tracks here is it's not a very good model of it. It's almost as poor as this one. This is really, really poor. And very, very rough, but we're still going to use it. This is a D. We're going to do the yellow ones right now, okay? So I've got a D, I've got a C. They're all 251s. This is a B or an A from Matchbox. Missing a machine gun, which we'll have to gear up on and find one. This is Fujimi, I believe. This is Matchbox. This is following the pattern of I have one of everything. This is the Eschi one. ESCI, I always call them Eschi. With the damn rivets. I hated the rivet variant. Back when I was doing models, like apparently there was one that they captured and everything is in that one variant. And then that one I can't find that is also a D. It's here somewhere. And then these are pre-built. These are all Ds. That's a D. That's a D with part of the running gear that fell off. It's here somewhere. It's right there. We'll fix that. Another D. And what else is in this category? Opel Malteers, 1, 2 of them. Those are pre-built. Another Opel Blitz truck. And an Opel ambulance. I don't know if I'm going to keep it as an ambulance. That's not very exciting. Ambulances are not very exciting. Okay. So we're going to disassemble all these half tracks and get them ready for the to get primed. I'm not keeping any of them in the original livery. They're just they'd have to be weathered, and honestly, it's more trouble than it's worth. I'd like for them to look at least consistent. But one of the things that I picked up, and I don't know what scale this is other than massive, is this Tiger 1. Now this is pre-painted to some degree and also dusty as hell to another degree. And my video's upside down. God bless it. Now we're back to doing that. It was for like 2 months, it didn't have any upside down videos, and now they're all upside down. Okay, this thing's massive. This is, I think it's bigger than 1/72nd scale. This is 1/76th. Might be 1/70th or something like that. But this is actually a remote control something or another. 49 megahertz. Between now and the con, I have to get 10 Panthers ready. Piece of cake. You gonna play Flames of War at the con, Derek? Actually works better than straight up isopropyl, which is what I was using to clean brushes. Well, you know, the other thing that's really good about it is it's gel, which means it's not sloshing all over the place. So, you know, it stays together a lot. It's easier to manage it. Okay, so all of these, I believe, have screws. Now, they have these strange alien 3-bladed triangular screws, and this is the owner of these had written on there 251D. I guess it was, well, he was older. I guess he had trouble remembering what the hell these were, but we're gonna take these things apart so we can get the primer all the way in there. And when it's time to go prime, we'll go do that. So I'm going to create one of these boxes that's empty. It's going to be the one that I'm going to haul the stuff out to the garage and prime all this stuff. Of course, I probably should organize that area because even my wife says, man, you're painting kind of in a confined area. I said, well, I just kind of got an airbrush and hadn't even counted on it. So we've got that Tiger 1. I don't know that I'm going to mess with this guy just yet. These, once we tear them apart. This one, once we tear it apart. This half track, and this one. See, I painted this like 20 years ago. And I guess it looked okay back then, but could be the Big Lad B 1/64th bastardized version 20. I don't know what it is. But it's not really a priority. We need to glue some hatches on here, and then this guy will be good to go. Okay, so let's start making, we're going to make a pile of things to go prime. Okay, this will be priming day. Don't they have that, prime day? We have the cute little Panzer I, which in retrospect, I probably should have made it an open hatch, but yeah, there's other ones to buy. We're not going to do it for the desert. We're going to do it for Russia. It's part of some bastardized recon company. We might as well get everybody's favorite armored car except Nordic, the Puma. And these things fell off, so we'll need to glue them back on. And what else we got down here? A couple Panzer IIIs. The last two Panzer IIIs. I actually have a model kit of a Panzer III. That and another Panzer IV H. This is a Revell kit. So we got some things that, the only thing I have that I'm definitely not painting is this thing. This is a Dragon pre-made. I'm not going to paint it. I'm not painting it, so. At least I think I'm not going to paint it. My opinion could change at any moment. All right, so we've got a pile of stuff here to go prime, and we're going to do some T-34s as well. And now I've left myself no room to operate in. Typical. Okay, first things first. So we got a lot of, let's do the easy shit first. And the easy shit is these Panzer IIIs. Okay, these Panzer IIIs have screws in the bottom, which apparently have been taken out on this one, and one up here for the turret. So we need a standard screwdriver, and we need that triple triangular one. And I had to buy a set off Amazon specifically for that. Okay, now find a standard screwdriver, a standard Phillips. I think I just found it. No, I actually don't know what the hell that's to. Here we go. Gonna do the turning, okay. Yeah, everybody's kind of doing their own thing, which is fine. Normally what would have happened is Mitch and I would have done DBA all the time, but I think he's doing some of it. I don't care what people do. I'm a live and let live kind of person. Okay. So let's take that off. This one needs to have the screws off the bottom. Screws off the bottom. And we'll do some sanding because one of the things that I noticed was that these numbers are kind of thick on here on the decals. So I'd like to take some of that off. And I save all these in case I want to put these back on. I've had a lot of fumble moments off camera and maybe some on camera as well, because I'll be working on this thing and flip it over and the turret isn't attached and falls off. The whole reason I leave them unattached is because I don't want that extra friction of this going on when it turns and it'll scuff up my paint job. That's the only reason. And all right, we're going to take all of these screws. I'm actually going to go ahead and put them in that same box. Okay, this is good to go. I don't think we need to do anything to it. There is a little cross back there. I wish I could take those crosses off and reuse them, but we should have plenty of them here in a moment. Let's get some sandpaper, one that's not too abrasive. So when we paint over that, it's not that noticeable. That's good to go. We've got this screwy antenna thing here that is just wedged in there. We're going to pull that out. I have just the thing for that, except I can't see 2 feet from my face. I probably should put my contacts back in it and just put my readers. I have super duper vision when I put my when I take my contacts out. The problem is I can't see a foot in front of my face. All right, let's pull this out. it's supposed to be easy. My unedited channel, so every annoying, frustrating thing that happens, you guys will see as it happens. I just think it's an opportunity to not give up. And man, that Frankenpanzer I finished on Friday, I'm surprised I didn't quit building it. The end was just a problem. That's going to be one of those vehicles that if it's on the battlefield and we're playing a game, nobody's moving it except me. It is so freaking delicate. There's running gear parts that came out and everything. Wow, it's just not wanting to budge. Okay, it's got a little hole in there, so I should be able to get something else in there, even if I don't get all of this out. Yeah, they had this wire like bent like at a 90 degrees and shoved in there. And I knew that because the only reason I know that is because I saw one of them. Okay, we've taken enough of that out. It's not a problem anymore. All right, this thing is loose. Man, I don't have to have every one of these with the freaking wire on the back. How about we don't put it on this one? How about that? It's already half coming off anyways. And we don't need that bag anymore. Take one of these. I swear there was one of these I left the X-Acto blade on. An old one should work fine. Let's hope you don't match my frustration. Spent yesterday doing a Panzer IV. Went to use the Skytrex decals today, and I used Decal Fix from Humbrol, which proceeded to melt the varnish and the paint. Wow. Well, I don't have Decal Fix. I don't like the idea of covering the entire vehicle in a clear gloss coat, just to put a decal that's here in tiny little spots. So I've been using this, and this is not meltable. So no, I don't think I'll have that problem. I did come across something interesting, and I haven't really experimented with it or really done any research. But at some point, a lot of the decals that I had, a lot of the shattered. You put them in water and they just shattered like if you hit a piece of glass with a hammer. Really, really strange. Probably because they're just old, they're too brittle. Well, they are very old. And then I came across someone that had posted something that said, if you're using old decals, put them in the windowsill for like a day. And I don't know what that's supposed to do, because I would think that would dry them out even more. But I'm not a science guy. I'm not a science guy. But I didn't get a chance to experiment with that. Which Panzer IV were you building? Oh, I think you got Flames of War miniatures, don't you? Let's take all this goop off here. See, this is all stuff I've got to do. I just don't want to go and fire up the airbrush. And it take me longer because priming is it's the pain in the ass part of the airbrushing. It takes a long time. So if I'm going to do it, Let's prime a lot of stuff. Okay, let's make sure. These are supposedly by a company called Tamaya. And they do have some flash. This doesn't have to be perfect, and these do not poke your eye out. The Frankenpanzer, actually, I had some flash left on it that I would have not liked it, but I built it so long ago, I just didn't want to fool with it anymore. Okay, these two sections are done. Okay. We'll keep this cable for something else. Parts bin I started. Okay. This is not needed. Okay, now the turret, which of course all these hatches are upside down. Somebody mentioned too, whenever they made the Masters, what's the top of the hatch is basically the underneath part. You can see the two cushions there for the guy not to hit his head. But there's no way to remove this. It's all like one piece. You can see where it just goes in there, so it's not like it's an individual hatch where I can just take it and flip it over. I guess if I had nothing but time on my hands, I could probably cut it across and at least eliminate that. How hard is that to do? I'm not getting into it. That's a slippery slope. It doesn't bother me too much, but I did not make this casting. I'm not responsible for it. Okay, there's a little bit of a panel line back there. Okay, and we're going to take a little bit of sandpaper to the number 5 so that it doesn't stand out three-dimensionally. I don't mind doing Africa Corps vehicles. I'm not really interested in the 42 stuff. So these guys will either be Dunkelgelb or gray, but they're going to be going to Russia. Off to the Russian front. Oh man, that's almost removable. I hate the look of German tanks without the little turret basket in the back. Okay. Flames of War Panther IV H. I thought it would be easy street with the shirts, and how wrong I was. Yeah, and I don't like how they look. But just about all the vehicles at Kursk and afterwards had shirts in on them. Not necessarily Panthers. Panthers had those little side shirts in, and they weren't really consistently by time, but all the other periods were. The other thing I dislike, even more than shirts in, is Zimmerit. So Zimmerit was any vehicle, I want to say from August 43 on, had Zimmerit on it automatically, up until like October 44. In October 44, they just basically gave up on it. They were like, okay, well, we don't need to worry about these having this anti-magnetic paste on it. And they stopped doing it. What that means is some runs of some vehicles are always going to have Zimmerit on them. Now, some were retrofitted in the field. And again, anything I say on here, it's just food for thought. Just food for thought for you guys to give you a starting point to look things up. Don't quote me exactly. I'm not a historian. I just see wargaming related type topics that come up that I just bring up because it might be interesting to you guys. But if I'm off by a month, hey, don't sue me. I'm not an author. Okay? Those authors don't know how to paint things the correct colors anyways, so they're not all that in a bag of chips. But some runs of some vehicles were entirely had Zimmerit. For instance, a Panzer IV H, to be accurate, is going to have Zimmerit on it unless it was like I think they started coming out in like May of 43. So from May of 43 to like August of 43, they wouldn't have had Zimmerit. Anyone after that, they're going to have Zimmerit on it. Well, you know what? I don't give a shit. Because I don't know what, I'm going to paint that one. And by the time the H's stopped being made, the H's stopped being made before the Zimmerit protocol got put into to a stop. So there's only a few months of the 4 H's that should not have Zimmerit. But honestly, I don't like how it looks. It looks very sloppy. Those ones have both Zimmerit and their shirts in. And if I didn't get them for 3, I wouldn't have chosen these specific models. Yeah, I hear you. Sometimes getting things for 3 is actually a disservice. You could get something for free, like maybe you're excited about a period, and somebody says, hey, take these free miniatures. You're like, cool, they're free. And then they're either the wrong ones, or you don't like them, or you have such a bad experience building them that it burns you out on the period before you actually get the stuff you really wanted to. Why did somebody give them to you? Maybe they frustrated the shit out of that person too. But sometimes it's a disservice. Only because I've had stuff like that happen to me in the past. All right, we're going to drill out the end of this. We got a fine point on here? Yes, we do. Now, I bet the one I took this one off is the tiny one I need. I had all this stuff out here, but I made that video, so I cleaned everything off. Yeah, well, we'll just take this one off. It's not a big deal. I know what I'm looking for. Here it is. It's too big. I think that one's smaller. Yep. So that's the story on Zimmerit. And I remember when I was a 1/35th scale modeler, I believe I was under the impression that the Panthers only had one style, that it was like the square one. And that may have been the information that we had back then, but I came across a website the other day that said that it just depended on the factory how they were done, and the Panthers had all kinds of different Zimmerit patterns. But so you take like a Panther A. A Panther A, they didn't come out until Zimmerit was already in effect. So every Panther A should have Zimmerit on it. Now, I'm sure there's exceptions, okay? But say maybe 1 out of 10 wouldn't have it. As a general rule, all the Panther A's are going to have Zimmerit because of that time period. This doesn't have to be very deep. And by doing this amount of stuff of this type right now, that'll keep me online a little bit. Because if I just go and just clean up the stuff I'm going to prime next, I'm going to have a 15-minute long video, and you guys don't want that. You guys are working on your hobby stuff and don't want to sign on to find out that I'm only here for 15 minutes. That's kind of a tease. Okay, so these two guys are good to go. All right, let's see what we got on the hole here. And if this entire thing was die cast, I would think about stripping it, but I'd have to take half of these plastic parts on give this thing a bath. It just isn't worth it. I mean, yes, it'll look better. It'll be a lot crisper, but at some point, it's a point of diminishing returns. Now, I still have one more 3L. These are all 3Ls. And that's one that was gifted to me by Les. And it is a Revell kit. It's plastic. And I have the Schertzen left over from the Flammpanzer kit from Eschi. And I'm going to plan on putting that on the L. So I'll have an L with Schertzen on the side. Deep Red, did you miss anything? No, we're in full swing here, man. Thanks for coming by. Okay, that's complete. All right. Where are we going to go next? Getting stuff ready for the primer to go prime. This guy is good to go. I'm just going to spray over it. It has a very, very, very rough finish. I don't know if this is a frontline model or something like that, but it is very, very rough. But this might be a good candidate or one to have mud camo on it, and then it won't be as noticeable. But it'll end up painting okay. Before I prime, I am going to take some pictures of these guys because I like doing the before and after. I get a kick out of that. So this guy's good to go. All right, let's get the Panzer IV done. And I did the tracks of this guy online. Live online. This is a beautiful this is probably one of the nicest models I have. Very, very nice. But it's also very, very delicate. And I specifically am missing Schertzen like that on purpose. It adds caricature. Well, you know what? I'm going to spray it in pieces. Now, I do have another piece of Schertzen that fell off as I had it glued up here. As I wanted the gap. I wanted one off the back and one off the side here. So let's re-glue that. And let's glue the hatch down. Okay, so let's get this thing. What do you guys call this glue? What do you call this model company? For the longest time, in the early 90s, I always called it Tamaya. But that's obviously wrong. So if I call it Tamaya, it's just because years and years and years of calling it that. I guess it's Tamaya. Or it could be Tamaya. But I want to buy another bottle of this stuff. Refill this one. Empty the other one out. And then use this. Because this applicator is amazing. It's amazing. I just want to use the California hippie stuff that smells like oranges. Because this stuff is like... It's unusual for me to work in this hobby with products that are very stinky. Because everything I use basically has no smell to it. So it really... Even though this doesn't have that strong of a smell, it is a smell. And it kind of throws you off guard when you smell it. Something that you're not used to having an odor. Okay? And then we will seal that up afterwards. This hatch needs to be glued in place open. Now, one of the things I like to do is get the stickum stuff. This stuff here, blue tack, white tack. And you can put it underneath here to give it some support while it glues. Let's make sure this is in place where it needs to be. Okay. And while I'm thinking about it, let's drill out where the antenna is going to go. This is what I'm talking about. Like, if it's like 6 inches away from my face, it's just like it disappears. That's one of those hobbyist problems. You clean your work area and it's more difficult to find things. What? Okay, it goes back here in this corner. And unfortunately, they already gave me like a little tubular thing to do. So in order to get that, first of all, this is going to be bigger than that. And it's not very deep. So I'm going to cut this thing flush as soon as I find the X-Acto knife. I'm ready to just put my contacts back in and then use readers. We're going to cut just this top part off. Yeah, I got a kick out of that. I did a video and had like 5 likes and 1 unlike. And no comment on the unlike, which, you know, if it's going to be a nasty comment, it wouldn't get printed anyways. But what's a thumbs down going to mean? You don't like my video because you came up with it sooner, or you're upset because you don't know who your daddy is. I don't know. It could mean a million things. Let's get this thing right about in the center, and then we will enlarge it. I'm leery of putting too much pressure on it. When you unlike a video, what do you mean by it? Just having a bad day? Nah, I was afraid that could have happened. But I got to drill it more than that. It's just not going to have enough of a purchase on it. Let's do this. No, that's not going to work. That's the problem with these small things, is there's nowhere to hold them while you sand them or so forth. The Germans had the coolest looking armor. I saw some images of a Hetzer converted to AA roll with a single AA sticking up through a hole in the top. It looked almost sci-fi. They had some cool shit, that's for sure. Too bad they were rat bastards. They really did. That's why they're so popular. That I always got a kick out of when you had a company like, and I was a young kid, and I was like, oh, let's see what models. All my favorite model companies were Japanese companies, and like 90% of the stuff they made was German stuff, and I'm like, you know, German stuff's cool, but they got to fight other people too, you know. You can't just have German things, but. I really like the Soviet stuff because a lot of people just think, the Soviet stuff's boring. Well, it can be if you make it boring. I'm pretty patient, and I have a lot of experience, and I have a lot of tools. So if I find something really not infuriating, because none of this has been infuriating, anything really challenging, I know there's people out there that are just like giving up on it. And I don't want to give up on it. I want to finish all the stuff that I have so I can go and buy a Hetzer if I feel like it. All right, let me give it a little bit of this. Okay, and we will let that percolate. This is a beautiful model. I mean, the machine guns is to scale, which of course means it's very delicate. Let's put the turret on it so it's more compact in there. Beautiful model. All right, where are we going next? That involves epoxy. Let's take, this is going to involve epoxy as well. Let's see what we got on this 4F2. There's bots that insta-dislike videos with certain words in the title. I never dislike videos unless it's something extraordinarily dumb like that Queen Cleopatra trailer. Well, I haven't seen that. I only dislike stuff, people that make videos where like they promote communism or some shit like that. People that are stupid. But I don't bother putting a nasty comment because, you know, I don't like getting in arguments on the internet. You know, it's already something I dislike. Oh, it looks like this thing already has the first color on it. I guess I didn't paint this. Why didn't I finish this thing? Yeah, this has the new. I don't have to do much to this thing. I wish I had made it with the frickin' hatch open. Oh well, just have to buy another one and make it with a hatch open. All right, this one's missing an idler wheel, which doesn't bother me very much. This should be able to fit fine. Okay, this is not going to get primed because it's farther along than that. Okay, cool. See, this is a candidate of one of those vehicles that with the numbers on the turret, I will not put big numbers on the side of the turret there. I don't like big numbers going over that side periscope. It just looks weird. Even when they do it in real life, it looks weird. Okay, this guy's going to hang out up here. Cool. No, I didn't realize there was that little to do on that one. Well, that was easy to knock that one out. Let's look at these trucks. Now, these have screws in them. I don't know exactly what they do, so let's take one of them apart and see what happens and see if they're worth taking apart or not really. Who's in the Cleopatra video? Bad casting choices, probably. Oh, not the one with, oh man, did this thing just fall off? Oh, well, it was just unglued. Okay, cool. I didn't break it. I'm like, I thought I was being careful about that. Okay, that comes off. Is that helpful? Yeah, probably. Probably. Ooh, there's a nice little tire back here. Ooh. Barn find. And this one here. That the one with Gal Gadot in it? I heard there was rumors of her playing something like that and people coming up in arms because she's not Israeli. I said, well, it doesn't matter where you're from. Do you look like the person that you know, that you are? Ooh, this is heavy. And all this is plastic. Okay, so I've got this masking stuff. I'm probably going to mask over the windows, as I don't want to paint the clear windows. I can, but okay, cool. Let's put all those things in here. We're going to take, is this plastic? I think so. Let's see if this will. I think that's a symbol for the Luftwaffe, but it's got some kind of a leaf pattern or something. Actually need 2 boxes of these things. Take out there. I have no idea of the actors' names, but it's half documentary, and one of the talking heads says, "I don't care what they tell you in school. Cleopatra was black." Now I gotta see it. Should I go there? Yeah, I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna go there because I'm not politically correct, and it's not about being politically correct. It's about being honest. We don't know. They don't teach. If you're interested in promoting Black history, which honestly is something that hasn't really been touched, I'm all for it. But you don't really do a service when you invent stuff just because you don't want to do any deep digging. There's all kinds of really interesting stuff of, sub-Saharan African stuff that nobody does anything on. I mean, there's several like dynasties and stuff down there that had like freaking armor and stuff. They didn't take over the freaking world, but most countries didn't take over the whole freaking world. And I just think you do a disservice by not telling the stories that we know about and trying to create ones that you're just grasping for straws. When you add Black Vikings, when you add the Wakanda stuff with there's interesting, and I've talked about this, a guy that I work with who happens to be Black, which by the way, I don't have a problem saying that. It's not like I think anybody, it's one of my favorite colors is black. Look, I said there's some really cool stuff that they could be teaching. It's the same thing with a samurai. When you go and make a samurai movie and say, oh, well, instead of using Eastern legends or Eastern stories or what we know about the samurai, we're going to use Shakespeare and do that. You really do it. You really do the Japanese culture a disservice by doing that when people could learn about something that's really interesting. It's not about one culture being better than another. It's just about learning about different stuff that's new, and you don't have to invent because it really happened. I thought it was taking the piss at first. Okay. It looks like some poor fantasy interpretation. Everyone from almost every political slant wondered why they didn't do a movie about the Nubian pharaohs, also that fought the Romans. Too obscure. Yeah, why not? I mean, it really freaking happened. And it's cool, And it's something people don't know about. What was the name of that? It was over there like in Ghana. There was like a whole kingdom there. It was like around for like 400 or 500 years. Name escapes me what it is. Had freaking wooden armor. Had armor on their horses and stuff like that. Do that. Oh, too obscure. Oh, it's easier to just turn everything we know about a civilization and turn it on its head and say, oh, maybe it's like this. Which, don't get me wrong, I don't have a problem with it if that's really what it was, but Cleopatra wasn't black. just, just saying. This has a license plate on it. It has a stupid SS license plate. Fuck those guys. That's coming off. I'll keep the other license plates on, but I'm not putting one with the SS on it. I don't even have any SS guys painted. I'd probably do this one for Panzer IV, to be honest with you. Okay, I don't think there's anything we gotta do. Now, this is a poor model. Let's take a look at the gun, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Well, first of all, it's got a bend in it. That's not good. I fixed it. Look at the muzzle brake on here. There's no muzzle brake that looks like that. I mean, I'm just gonna have to roll with it, but weird. You're doing people, if you're wanting to be inclusive, which I'm all for, but you're destroying something else and inventing a storyline in the for the purpose of being inclusive, you're doing everyone a disservice. Yeah, Nubian pharaohs, man, that shouldn't be that difficult to do, you know? The Kushites. If we open this up, what are we going to find inside? Someone could have pointed Cleopatra was about as pro-Egyptian as apartheid Boers were pro-African. Yeah, she was freaking Greek. I mean, they went with that whole, you know, okay, you can call me a god, you know, but she was a Ptolemaic. She was an inbred Ptolemaic. Okay, I'm going to glue this bastard in. I don't want this bouncy gun. That's why I don't make videos that are specifically for an audience. I do stuff that I find interesting. And if people don't like it, well, they don't like it. There's lots of stuff I don't like. Those what I call attention whore videos. Hey, look at me, I can do this dance move or whatever. Attention whores. Okay, that's just going to have to do. I think this is where that antenna was. And we're going to pull that little thing out. We'll put one in there. I feel like a little antenna adds so much interest. It's strange that this is at this angle down like this. Oh, we never glued this down. That's not going to get me very far. What about these? Are these glued up well enough? Oh, and I never took this thing apart. What do we got inside? It's going to be fun and games until these came from somebody else. So if find a little dead cockroach inside or something like that. Yeah, I don't want that. I always wonder about stuff like that. If you don't have pest control and you live in Florida, freaking bugs will come. Even if you have it in the garage, there's no food or anything in there. We have so many bugs in Florida, they will find a way into your life. Okay, there's really nothing of interest here. Okay, let's just put it back together then. Yeah, so I always get these ideas, oh, the girls are going to be gone. I'll be able to do this, 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 that, and the other. No, I won't. I get to do so much while they're here. I'd rather them just be here. It's not that I'm lonely or anything, but it's like, you know, they don't really keep me from doing anything. I guess that's a good thing. Okay, luckily this guy wrote down what it is, and I know which one it fits in there. Does this come off easily? No. No, that one doesn't either. Okay, so this is a candidate for epoxy. All right, so we're going to put this in this category because when I mix up the epoxy, I'd like to knock out a bunch of things out. That's in good shape. Let's take a look at the wambulance. This uses regular screws. Okay. There it is. Okay, same as the other one. Why won't this come out? Okay, is this removable? It looks like it's got glue on it. I don't know that I will make this an ambulance. But then I would have to remove this little flag, so maybe I will leave it an ambulance. Okay, we'll leave it closed. The Malteers. This would be a great vehicle to have with the RSO. Hanging out together. A supply vehicle. This has regular screws. Okay. Good Lord. It's not really that necessary to pull this off. And it's a good thing because that one's going to stay. It'd be nice to make one of these without a cover on it, but I don't want to destroy this in the process of it. Yeah, I'm not going to pry it apart. I'm also not going to take those tracks off. Any of these vehicles have like the tracks glued on, and they're actually not. They don't look completely slack. That they've got some shape to them. I'll leave them on there because to do that, on my own would be a pain in the ass. All right, let's just give it one good. No. Seems a waste that there's a happy little tire down back there. I guess the guys, when they had to change that tire, they were probably hating life. Well, shouldn't be such a Nazi. Be more sympathetic. All right. And I'm going to see if I can just take the front one off from here. There's a game that I have, speaking of sympathetic towards the Nazis. There's a game I have, and I want to say it's the Hell... the one I can never remember, the Ostfront game that I have. Has quotes while you switch between screens. And there's a quote, and I'm paraphrasing completely, attributed to Eric Hartman, the blonde knight, right? The blonde knight, right? Fighter pilot, 352 kills, whatever they got. And the quote goes something along the lines of, the Germans shouldn't be judged by what they did in the Second World War, the same way Americans shouldn't be judged for slavery. And I'm like, okay, I don't need a life lesson from a fucking Nazi, okay? I mean, I know what he's getting at, but you know, one was a long time ago when lots of cultures still had slavery. Not that it made it right. The other one was the other day. All right, I guess we need a second box. Oh, don't fall down on me. We don't need that. There you are, Joe. Okay, this has all kinds of problems. This has all kinds of problems. So it looks like these were attached almost with something that melted it into place. And I don't think it was weld cement. Really, only one screw? Okay. One screw. This has some numbers back here we need to get rid of. So that they don't stand out. All right, what's the situation of these tracks? They're okay. This is the track for this side. But we need to epoxy this in place. Right, so this goes to the epoxy pile. I won't have that many things to epoxy. This is going to come off. Maybe. This one's broken. Or breaking. Okay, we can mess with that later. I'll give you a couple of machine guns on each one of them. That's kind of nice. Okay. I know I have a 37 millimeter gun to make one of them a 10 variant. So I may do that. How are these attached? Just by a little prong. Okay. Oh, the bad thing is that means I don't have to buy the Plastic Soldier Company set, but it's so freaking cool. But you know, for every German half-track I have, I probably should have 4 American ones. And I've got 3 American half-tracks, so I've got way too many German ones. And the only reason I have this many is from an estate sale. I'm just like, okay, I'll just take everything. You know, I'm like, this isn't gonna come. This isn't gonna happen. This isn't gonna happen again. So I'll just take all of them that you have. You know, the people didn't want the stuff anyways. Let's take this apart. Why are we missing one of these wheels? It goes right there. Okay, so that's gonna put this in the epoxy corner land. I saw a video of somebody driving one of these things. And who was it? Was it Lindy Beige? It might have been Lindy Beige. It might have been somebody else. It was either Lindy Beige or the Chieftain. And trying to look through this one little slot while they're driving on the, you know, the steering wheel's like this. It's not vertical. It's like horizontal and like facing towards you. It's just very, very strange. Very, very strange. These will all be yellow. These are definitely one of the items that I'm going to use that putty on. Because I want to do a late one with some camouflage on it. No, I'm not going to do ambush on it. Not that I'm opposed to ambush, but there's a couple schemes that I saw that look like it could be pretty cool if done correctly. Okay, and this one needs to glue, like, don't fly, right here. That's going to put this thing in epoxy corner. Yeah, see, these are glued in. Oh, now we have another one that falls apart. This thing is so old, I feel like some of these have just gotten dry rot. This was probably sitting in the gentleman's garage. Okay, these things come off pretty easy. So I'm not opposed to taking these things off. These also have rubber tires. And it's not that I can't paint in between there, but it could save a whole lot of trouble doing that. Okay, so we need to glue these two things down. And, you know, they didn't take all these are pre-made and they've got flash on them. Oh, another one fell off. This is why I'm a proponent of putting all my stuff on stands. Because when you pick these things up and move them, you're putting all kinds of pressure on them that these things may not be able to handle because they're haphazardly put together. You got a lot of delicate parts also. Okay, so we got 3 wheels and this one. Let's go ahead and take the tires off this guy. No, this is useful stuff. I got to do all this stuff anyways. And I don't want to do this alone. I might as well hang out with you guys. You guys can listen to my monologue, I guess. See, I won't even take the tires outside then. They can stay here. Dry rot, dry rot, dry rot. I vacuumed the floor before I got started this morning, so I need to check and see if one of those pieces fell onto the floor. Yep. don't know if these were stored in a garage. Storing things in a garage in Florida is never a good combination. That's just, if I don't put the cross there, I won't have a, it won't be extra thick and noticeable. That's the only reason I'm doing that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and do something proactive. Bring one back out here. I'm going to put all the things in here that go in the German half tracks. Okay, so I have a track, 2 tires, and another track. Okay, that one's done. Then here we'll have 2 tires, 2 tracks. This is only so I can save myself the headache of looking for these pieces. 2 tires, 2 tracks. How's the Puma looking? Puma's got separate tires also. Yeah, I'm going to take them off. Because what I'll do is I won't even paint these things. I'll leave them like that and I'll weather them and dull coat them, and no one will know the difference. And the spare. Okay, so Puma gets all these. Okay, let's put it back on there. We've got to epoxy those things on. Okay, let's do this in an orderly fashion. Now all I gotta do is not make sure I don't lose this. All right, let me look at the status of these multiers. Yeah, those tracks are attached. So are those tires. These are different manufacturers. That's actually a higher quality manufacturer, the one that made those. So. All right, these need to be epoxied, and then we need to epoxy this guy. And then we can go build some Russian tanks. How long have we been on here? An hour and a half? Yeah, this takes a long time. This takes a while. All right, I'm gonna go grab a new soda. I'll be right back. Okay. And we're not going to be able to epoxy the Russian stuff too either. So we're going to epoxy this stuff, and while it's setting, we'll work on some T-34s. Some more T-34s. Okay, so we've got this machine gun that goes in here, and here is one of these things that I got mixed information from. I have seen, you've got the commander's hatch and you have the loader's hatch. And the loader's hatch opens in two pieces like this. I have seen pictures where it opens sideways, and I've seen pictures where it opens front to back. Now, this one has hinges that open front to back. So that's how I'm going to install it. However, it is going to be a tight cluster to get this open hatch and a guy in there and the machine gun laying in here all with space with each other. So I'm going to take this hatch and I'm going to flip it as far forward as I can get it glued. And it'd be nice if it went side to side, but that's not how the hatch is cut. So we're not even going to try to entertain that. Okay, so let's take this hatch and cut it in half. And I do want someone in there because it just adds some interest. Adds something of interest. So we're going to just cut this in half. Nope. And the jury's still out on who the hell makes this. I'm just going to, if I bring up who makes this, I'm just leaving it open. I don't know. I'm guessing it's probably early war miniatures. I still think it's FAA, which may have gotten some of early war. They might have gotten early war miniatures stuff. Because this gun definitely does not look like a Britannia gun. Britannia stuff is really oversized. And I don't know how that's going to end up attaching in there, but I have to make this hatch open first. Okay. So that's going to need to be glued in there as well. I'm not going to glue this in just yet, which means I'm going to put it in the parts box. I need to glue all this, paint it, then put a figure in, then see how I can get that MG34 in there. That's it, I think. I think that's all of the items here that need to be epoxied. So let's go mix up the stuff and get it rolling. Again, if you use a needle like this, you can reuse this needle umpteen times by just scraping off the extra epoxy. And we're going to ditch this. Sometimes when it gets too much on there, it's hard to tell what's wet and what isn't. So, it's still in good shape. I need to do suspension there, a couple pieces there. Just trying to gauge how much of this to make. No matter how much I make, I'll end up wasting more than I use. It's just one of those things. Now, we're doing this Stug last because those are just kind of balancing, so that is a pain. We're going to do the Puma first, because the Puma needs the least amount of positive reinforcement for it to glue in the correct spot. That one goes there and that one goes there. All right, so let's not, no reason to go super heavy. We're just going to put some epoxy there. And there. And this one goes here. And the same thing here. Okay, and then this one's done. All right, next thing that's the least of a pain in the butt. Probably these tires, or these wheels. I don't know what kind of plastic this is. It looks like it's got a lot of rubber type attributes to it. So I don't think the weld cement might be the best choice for that. I think I need to put this one in first. Yeah. Then we'll put this one in. Hey Justin, man, welcome back. Any workout today? I'll be honest with you, the girls have been gone for a week. I haven't done anything. I almost feel bad about it, but I don't. Okay, there's that. That one's complete. This one is missing 2 of the top ones. Okay. And is there one on the other side missing? Yes, there is. Okay. Black screen. I don't know why. Maybe refresh? Okay, good. That fit on there. That fit on there nicely. Even if I could fix it, I couldn't fix it right now. Times are running. Because the last 2 things are the ones that we're doing that have, I need to glue the thickest for. And that's to glue this. No winds, no cloud. Awesome. Have one for me, man. Oh, wait, you don't drink. Well, I'll have one later. For you. Oh, man. Uh-oh. Okay. Burning daylight here. I need to... Yeah, I may not be able to get this one thing in place. We need to put these hatches there. Yeah, it starts getting really sticky like this. There's not much I can do about it. Now, let's just mix up another one. You got some Moosehead Beer Lager. Sounds like something that's from Canada with that name. I like the people that say, oh, there's no good beer in the United States. Look, there's bad beer everywhere. I mean, yes, probably no mass-produced beer really is going to be any good. But there's places that make good beer here in town. You've never heard of them because they're microbrew stuff. And not everything they make is good. But I know lots of people, I don't drink beer, I don't like the taste of it. You've tried every beer, you don't like the taste of any beer. Bullshit. There's so many things out there. And I mean, I like everything except wine. Wine makes me feel horrible. I just feel horrible after having wine. I like how it tastes. It just makes me feel horrible. Okay. We need to somehow glue this where it's open forward. This is going to be a challenge that only myself and a few others can pull off. All right, let's just glue that straight up. We're not going to try to glue it forward than that, because that's not going to work out. And we'll do the same with this one. This is why I like a plastic kit's better, because you can just weld cement this and it'll stay in place. You know, the way weld cement works is by the time you're done with one piece. You have a model that is literally one piece because it's all welded together, right? Okay. Now, as this dries, I'm probably going to lean it forward like it just did on its own. And we've got some small figures, like this dude right here, that is just like a head, that'll end up being just fine, but we'll put them in afterwards. Just something that generates some interest. Okay, now this is plenty alive. Okay, cool. We gotta do this one. It's one of these two ways. And it's kind of hard to tell based on the attachment points. Okay, that one's there. I think it was like this. And nothing else touches, unfortunately. All right, how thick is this? Not there yet. You like the oh yeah, you like the Stug. I wish I had side skirts for it because I got this stuff. We're gonna experiment with this plastic putty. We can do some hard edge stuff with the airbrush. I think it's gonna look sweet. We're going to do that with one of these 251s as well. Okay, this little bastard, we're going to leave him sitting over here in the corner till it's nice and hard before we move it, okay? Tons of breweries. I'm a fan of Pilsner beer. I kind of am too. I don't like IPAs. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't any that I've liked. I just, as a general rule, I dislike IPAs. I honestly like the wheat beers the best, but I think that I have a mild wheat allergy, and my neck gets splotchy. Nothing that I can't have. It's not. I wouldn't even call it a discomfort, but so what I tend to look for now is blonde ales. That's a little bit of both worlds. It's that cloudy type of thing that I prefer, but less of the wheat in it. That's going to make me, rashy, and it's very mild, and it may not even be because of that, but because I eat a pretzel and I'm fine. So is there anything more wheat than a pretzel? I don't know. Is a pretzel even wheat? Asking the wrong person. It looks like it should be. Okay, you need to stay glued down, my friend. You're just gonna be a dick, aren't you? You're just gonna be a devout dick. I don't think I've ever said that before. Justin, you play video games? Have you ever played a video game called Borderlands? It has some great irreverent humor in it. And that reminded me because I had to do a mission the other day where I had to go visit somebody and call them a dick. Hey, I got a message for you. What? Captain so-and-so says you're a dick. And the guy was like heartbroken and just like bawled, laughed. Was just bawling. Those guys that worked on that game, they must have been freaking high or drunk or both, or I don't know. They had a hell of a time. They had a lot of fun making it for sure. At least the dialogue. Okay. The Jerry's are done. Well, not all of them. There's still more Jerry's to do. There's always more Jerry's to do. Bloody Jerry's. One thing about the Jerry's, though, they make a great protagonist, antagonist. All right. That's it, right? That's all the Jerry's that we're going to go take and airbrush, which I better do relatively soon. Well, I still have a lot of daylight. I need to do all these today. Let's pull out some T-34s. Now, I've got some that are already here. Let me see what stage these guys are in. Okay, these are the damn ones from Skytrex that I'm going to end up taking a... here it is. Remember how I couldn't find that other 251? Here it is. And this one, I actually put some hand sanitizer on it, and you can see it was in this color. And I was able to get the base color again. This was one that I had so long ago. I sprayed Model Master, I think it was called Africa Mustard. But we'll repaint this thing as well. So this one's going to get primered. Okay, let's see what we got in here. So this is a Skytrex one. We're not messing with the Skytrex ones today. This is a anti-tank gun crew for the Americans. So let's put that with the figures. Okay, this is a hull. This is an SHQ hull. This is an SHQ hull. This is an SHQ hull. That's 3. Is that what we have here? 3. Okay. All right, and we want the. We're using these guys for the Chelyabinsk turrets. So there's one. There's another one. We had postponed this because I didn't know if I was going to make hatches open or closed or what have you, and I didn't have tank gun crews, and I do now. So we can make those decisions and feel comfortable that we made the right decisions. All right. Let's see what I have already built in the Chelyabinsk land. Be back. Check it on barbecue. All right. Excellent. What do we have in the Chelyabinsk land? I believe we've got 2 of them done. There's one. I believe I have 2 of them, and they both have the hatches closed. I could be wrong on that. I see one. Do I only have one? No. I do. I only have one. Okay. Well, let's build the other 3. That's it right here. It's a nice model. It's got the hatches closed. So of these 3, 2 of them we're going to make it with the hatches open. Just for variety. Okay. We don't need this right now. Actually, I'm going to put this in the T-34 bag. Box. That's the T-34 box. Okay. These are hard edge turrets, but the Skytrex only has hard edge turret type, so it didn't make any sense to use hard edge ones on these as well. Because the turrets aren't compatible, the Skytrex ones come to a point and have a bottom. These are basically hollow. So we'll put them in there as well. These are spare parts that we could use for either one of the vehicles. All right, let's close this up and see what we got here. Now this one has the fuel boxes on it. These guys have already been scraped, deflashed. We're going to have to make a machine gun for him. Like, is the fan even on? Both hatches, I believe, are the same. I need to have 6 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6. Okay? Some of them are miscast, meaning they don't have the 2 little notches there at the bottom. So I'm thinking for the open ones, let me see, which one is the most noticeable? Let's see if I make this open. I gotta remember to wash my hands. These are a high lead content. Okay, if I try to glue these open, I'm going to be balancing this on this little nub, and I don't have the two little side things to do it. So the open hatches, I'm going to want the ones with these two nubs, which I only have two of them. Okay, so this one's going to be an open hatch one, that one's going to be an open hatch one, this one's going to be closed. So we'll put that one with that one. We'll put that one with that one, and these two here. So this needs to be glue closed. One of each there, one of each there. All right, now, and I'm doing all this stuff ahead of time so that I don't run out of time when the epoxy is setting. We have these damn headlights that you have to stick on, and they're very hard to get on there because they're like at an angle. And I can tell you because I've had to try to put them on before, and it is literally a pain in the ass. And one of them is missing one. That's just how I got them. I got these from an estate sale. So the commanders get one, this guy does not. Okay? This has fuel boxes, and I also have some tanks, fuel tanks from the Skytrek stuff. So I don't mind mixing things up. I'm going to take a look at online right now. Plus I have some plastic parts here as well. I'm going to take a look online and see if I can find some inspiration. Let me wash my hands, or desanitize anyhow. And let's take a look in the computer. Because the only process I don't want to do on painting these guys is priming. I don't want to paint it by hand. It takes multiple coats to get it to cover right. We definitely want to spray prime. So we're going to do a little search here. I can't bring you guys on it because I'm not smart enough to know how to do it and not screw the whole pooch up. So we're going to CHTZ 234-76. And this is a particular turret that was made in a factory called Chelyabinsk, also known as Tankograd. And it was one of the factories that was moved over by the Ural Mountains. So the Germans invaded, and the Soviets did a really poor job of a lot of things. One of the things they did a really good job is moving their factories. These guys moved back to a safe location and just started churning out all kinds of armor. So let's do an image search here. All right. We've got one here that has fuel tanks. Okay, 2 fuel tanks, a fuel tank on each side. That one's got fuel tanks as well. It's like the fuel tanks were more popular than the boxes. I can only imagine. Okay, well, I like how that one is. Okay, so this one, let's do one of the ones that has the open hatch on it. This one is going to have, and I got lots of these things. I got lots of extras. How many fuel tanks does this one have? 2 on this side. 1 over here. And the box, which I can't put on there because there's a saw. So we'll put the box over here. Does it fit on there? Or is it too big? If it's too big, we'll just move on. Now it can fit there. Can the fuel tank fit behind it? Yeah, okay, cool. Add a couple little things on there, add some interest to it. And put 2 fuel tanks on this side. And that's how that one's going to be. I'm putting them on here just so I can, when the epoxy's percolating. Wow, this one's really interesting. This one has I might even do one painted like this one. Excellent. This one has 2 fuel tanks. One here, one here. Oh, I guess I had the boxes somewhere else. No worries. Got some spare track too. Let's get out of this screen here for a second. You hate using YouTube on your phone. Don't use it then. I'm sure there's probably a good reason. I'm building a bunch of stuff because I'm gonna go spray it. I'm gonna go seal it. I'm not gonna go seal it. I'm gonna go prime it. All right, let's grab my 234. Extra parts. No. Also no. Nope. 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 Here's that Panzer thing I looked up for you the other day. Let's put that away. I'm the world's worst about putting away books. No, because if I go spray the stuff that I have right now, I gotta stop the video. And I don't feel like that's very useful. So I might as well do something else, which you have to do anyways. But I thought this stuff was right here. It was the other day. Maybe it wasn't. Because this whole thing is going to go to the garage and spray. This is not one of those items. Here's a 50mm mortar crew for the Soviets. Put that with the rest of them. This is Panzer stuff. This is also Panzer stuff. Maybe we can glue that stuff on later. Yeah, we can always do that instead of sit there and... All right, let's do, knowing that we're going to have to mix up the epoxy a few times. Let's go ahead and do one of these that we've kind of established how we want to do it at. You watched that channel I recommended, and I was stunned. The guy had the entire Ariete division in 20 millimeter. Well, it's a 1 to 5 scale, so like command decision. So yeah, that is pretty impressive. After playing rapid fire, a game just isn't worth that kind of attention, in my opinion. You know, the game's just not detailed enough. It has less detail than command decision. Real bad thunderstorms going on here. I don't like to have my computer on during those. I do not blame you. If there's somebody that gets thunderstorms, it's me. There was many years ago, maybe 10 years ago, I had to, my wife was off doing something. I don't know what she was doing, but when I got home from work, I needed to go to a neighbor's house and pick up my daughter, who were watching my daughter. You know, like I get off at work like at 5:30. I get home about 5:30, and I need to go over to this neighbor's house that lives in our neighborhood. They don't live right next door, but they live a couple blocks away, to pick up the daughter, right? So about a quarter mile before I get to my neighborhood on the way home, it just starts, the sky just falls out. And it is just lightning, thunderstorm, booming. You know, I think that the rule of thumb, it depends on the temperature, but the rule of thumb is if you see lightning and then you hear the boom, if it's 4-second difference, it's a mile away. That's always what I heard is kind of what it is. So if you see a flash and a boom, and you know you count 1/1000, whatever, and it's less than 4 seconds away, it's really close, right? These are like right one after the other. So I get to this house, and you know we have tall pine trees everywhere around here, you know, which are just freaking lightning rods. I drove up to the house, and I'm in front of the house going to go pick up my daughter, and I don't get out of the car for like, I can't get out of the car. I can't get myself to get out of the car. You know, if there's a lightning storm and inside a house, I'm fine. You know, I don't want any electronics out or whatever, but I don't get freaked out. If I'm driving around moving, that I feel like I'm okay too. But if I'm standing still, I'm terrified of lightning. And Florida is the lightning capital of the United States, so I understand. So I didn't get down for like 30 minutes till it died down. I was just freaking out. I just outright out of my mind going crazy. I can't deal with that. Some people are scared of spiders. I don't give a shit about spiders. It's freaking lightning. I can't deal with lightning. So everybody has their phobias. That one's mine. I think this is actually like this. But if somebody gets lightning, and my mom, superstition or not, man, she stuck it in my head. You can't take a shower while it's lightning. And my wife tries to talk sense into me, and I can't do it. I absolutely cannot do it. Those barrels are actually different sizes. I kind of like that. I mean, one is a Skytrex and one is the other manufacturer, but I kind of like that they're different. So, some jackasses are scared of clowns. Not me. It's lightning. Can't handle it. My parents knew somebody whose grandchild was at the beach and got hit by a freak lightning storm. And, you know, killed. Bam, right on the spot. So, no. No thanks. put some of this stuff right here. Your grandfather got struck by lightning in his arm when he was 17 or 18, woke up, forgot how to speak English, could only speak Dutch. Yeah, you told me about that. I'm sort of married to using command decision because I got all the books and honestly don't care for most World War II rules. It just needs better infantry rules. The tank stuff's okay. I grew up playing it, so I don't hate it. You know, could it be better? Yeah. You could probably do your own homegrown interpretations to, you know, here and there to make the things that are lacking in it seem better. Because for the most part, well, it's just what I grew up playing. It was like the first war game rules I had. I'll take tank commanders on the left. If someone's going to be popped out of the turret, it's going to be the tank commander. Everybody else has a say inside and smell their farts. So this one is missing one of the hatches. Miscast. That will be the loader's hatch. This commander's hatch will be open. And it's going to be like that. Okay. I can already tell this is one where I tried to glue this light. What a pain in the ass this is. Now the problem is this does not match the shape of this light. Let's take this off so we don't ding that. Like I was mentioning earlier, the girls come back tomorrow, and I don't know that I got that much more stuff done than I normally would have, even if they were here. But that's okay. I get a lot done while they're here. Did that dry out? Yes, it did. All right. Well, this one will be there. You utterly despise DBX basing. Why? I'm not saying it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. It's just a... I dislike DBX wording, organization, and of the rules. That's some torturous shit right there. Just how you say, Nordic, you're not motivated to paint miniatures. I'm not motivated to paint figures. That doesn't mean I'm not going to do any. I just don't feel like sitting around all day and getting one figure done. I'd rather put a bunch of vehicles together. Wonder if I'm going to find a playmat that I like at the convention. Well, I'm not going to hold my breath. That has been one big disappointment. Think you psyched yourself up a bit too much, which is okay. I like larger bases and can support a nice basing scheme. Well, I have to base my stuff like other people have it based. Otherwise, I have to supply stuff for both sides. Hey, remember that? I like this. I don't have to get these things done by any particular time. I gotta have them done by a show. Nope. Them days are over. And honestly, here's the difference. In the past, I needed to have that motivation to get stuff done because I didn't have this channel to hang out with you guys. You know, I don't care when the hell I get these things done. Because I enjoy coming out here and at least having some kind of interaction with some folks. When I was doing the DBA stuff before, I didn't have that, you know, for the most part. So I needed the motivation of, oh man, I got to get this done by a show. But then it just becomes, you know, I'm doing all the extra stuff too for the show and I'm like dreading it. So it all works out. It all works out because I got an airbrush I can use now for this stuff. You know, I'm a lot better at painting this stuff than I would have been 20 years ago. It's all good. I have no problem never using my 15mm Ancients and Medievals again. I'm okay with that. Being tortured by, I have to get these things done by a certain time is worse. It's not worth it. And I've been doing it for 18 freaking years, so I know what I'm talking about. Well, if you have trouble picking a starting point, then don't. Don't do it until you figure that out. That way you're not throwing money at the problem. Start working on something, and then the next thing you know, I know what I want to do, but I started off on the wrong thing. Ah, shit, I'm not going to do any of it. The people that sell miniatures would love you to throw money at the problem, but I don't. That's wasteful and stupid. Okay. This fell off? How? You freaking communist thing. What's going on here? This is one of these things you can attach it so many different ways and none of them look right. I think it's like this. No matter what you do, it doesn't look right. All right. Yeah, I like the people like, Soviets didn't have all that kind of writing on them. What, you might want to make them look boring so nobody wants to play them? Okay. I'm not going to paint them all like they're one unit. That would be boring. You know, it depends what you're into. If somebody said, okay, well, I got to paint all this stuff and for bolt action. There's no way I'm painting bolt action. I am not the demographic for bolt action. I would rather not play World War II than play bolt action. Just like I haven't gone to play on Mondays in a long time, and I am really in no hurry to play on Mondays. They're just not playing anything that's exciting enough for me to deprive myself of sleep. No, nothing against the people who show up there, but Mitch don't care. He plays all day freaking Monday anyways with Joel. He don't need me. He's got other people that show up in the evening. I just don't want to start my week and I'm freaking sleep deprived. And I would rather paint than play. And honestly, it's pretty annoying to me that we don't know who's going to show up until the freaking last minute. I got a job that is a pain in the ass like that. I really don't like my personal life taking the same thing. You know, there's always going to be an emergency, but man, it seems like every week people at the last minute cancel. I can't make it. I can't make it. Oh, we're going to do this. Oh, now we can't do that because somebody didn't show up. I'm like, fuck it. This needs to be deeper. Why wouldn't you want to talk in a Russian accent? That's the whole purpose. And drink vodka. Soviets are plenty fun to play. That's why I like the Eastern Front. Both sides are interesting. Both sides have cool stuff. Both sides are bad guys. Which bad guy you want to be? Amazing. Has amazing. I don't know who it is. Has cheap clear plastic bases. Should I stay away from them? I don't know what you use plastic clear glass. Some people use it for like naval ships, and I guess it works. I'm not a fan of clear bases because they could end up getting scratched up too. So go do an internet search of people that base their things on clear bases. And see what they look like, and see if you even like how they look. You don't like vodka. I don't either, but it's getting in the spirit of things. No hard liquor. Did you have a bad childhood experience with hard liquor? Hard liquor makes me a better person. It sounds like I'm an alcoholic, but I rarely drink. But Yeah, I gotta wait for this to harden a little bit. Maybe we'll have some scotch tonight. Hard liquor makes me want to fight. Really? You shouldn't have it then. Not me. I'm a hugger. I'm telling you, I become a better person. Not driving. Obviously, I'm not a proponent of that, but I'm just saying that, I'd chill the hell out with it. Yeah, if it made me angry, I wouldn't drink. That's what she said. Makes me a hugger? Yeah. The Pulp Alley guys use clear bases on their YouTube battle reports. They work great because they use all sorts of terrain from urban to deserts to Martian rules. Pulp Alley. Okay. You know, did I see a game at Historicon where they did that? And it might have been a pulp game. Are they in the U.S., Ben? Are the Pulp Alley guys, are they Americana? What is it that the Germans supposedly called the Americans? Amis? I saw that one time, like I've never heard that. Just like I've never heard freaking a Japanese plane being called a Zeke. Ever. No, I gotta wait for this to harden. I love it. Well, you don't have to wait. You can help it along, lady. Oh, man. Yeah, I think they're over in Oklahoma, but they have sects all over the place. That sounds like a cult. It's the Pulp Alley cult. We got sects everywhere. What kind of sects you having? What kind of sex you boys having in Arizona, Oklahoma? I'm here for the Oklahoma sex. Hey, I laugh about everything. Just about everything. Yeah, I don't know if this stuff has a solution. This light. I'm going to leave it like that. And we can come mess with it later, but I really hate these mounts. All right, we'll come back to these. You commie bastard. I need to watch Cross of Iron again. I haven't seen it in decades. I probably wouldn't like it as much, to be honest with you. I need to sit down and watch Generation War for the third time. It is so good. It's so good. And it's not all combat. It doesn't have to be all combat. Better check. Oh, man. I said this the other night. I think Urban Dictionary just makes shit up. You know, if it's just something totally mundane, I mean, there's enough crude words for crude things already. You don't have to, you know, create other things on there. All right, I gotta go look at it then. I'm not gonna. God. Shouldn't that be Native American though? I don't think I ever played Cowboys and Indians. I'm not into Westerns. What did you have? What? It's not actually on there. Okay. All right, I won't look. Fake farts. Jack Vale. I don't know who he is. No, I don't like those fake videos, man. They get old. That's the kind of stuff on YouTube that just isn't worth it. You know, there's all kinds of stuff on there. All right. We got these T-34 Chelyabinsk guys. We've got some Panthers now. So let's get some Soviet bad boys out here. Is it close to 4? I definitely have to stop at 4. Because that's going to give me some time to spray some of this stuff so we can do a nighttime session. Let's see what we got in T-34-85 land. I believe I have 8 of these, including junkyard ones, which were just in pieces and stuff. So, Westerns are your jam. Just a period that doesn't interest me. And my dad didn't like them. So, you know, we're all affected by the things that your fathers do, good or bad. And I didn't have a association with him on that. Okay, so, you know, there's things that you watch with your dad that you end up liking as an adult. In my case, that was, what was the 2 things in particular? Hogan's Heroes and Johnny Quest, the original Johnny Quest. I associate those 2 things specifically with my dad. Okay, let's take one of these that's actually in a package so that we know it has all the pieces in it. And these all should be the same model. And yes, just for the record, Nordic, because you've got that women's hearing, that is my stomach going. I don't know why I'm not hungry. Probably the carbonation. I'm killing myself with Coke, but whatever. It's either this Coke or the other kind, so this one's a lot better for you. Oh, these are interesting. Man, this running gear is pretty. Well, this is bent up. I might just leave it that way, to be honest with you. There I go, being honest. All right, let's see any flash that we need to clean up off this thing. Wouldn't mind building a Merkava, but modern stuff kind of bores me. Yeah, intestines are going erg, etc. Yeah, mine aren't in pain. There is this awesome looking Soviet vehicle that has 4 guns on it. It's used an AA tank. It looks like it would be a nice build. You mean a ZSU? I guess it's kind of cool looking. Some of the Soviet stuff actually looks pretty good. It might be garbage. Most Soviet vehicles look pretty cool. I wouldn't build any modern Ukrainian stuff, but I have no interest in doing that. I can't think of any of the Soviet vehicles I don't think are cool looking. Kind of like a Stuka. I mean, you know, they're not necessarily attractive, but they're, you know, wicked looking. Even aircraft. Now, I think the aircraft of like the Soviet aircraft of like the 50s and stuff was extremely ugly, but you know, talking about like fighter aircraft, those are ugly. Well, the American ones in the 50s were ugly too, so that's maybe it was just the 50s that were ugly. Not counting the Bear. The Bear is a beautiful aircraft. Backfire bombers, those things are sexy. Of course, so is a B-1. The problem with modern stuff is there's just too much technology. You know, it ends up being like a big technology thing, like who's got the better kind of thing. It's World War II, there's still enough brute force that some of that appeals. There's some appealing things to that, but the modern stuff, if I was going to build an Israeli tank, Super Shermans, man. That's where it's at. Super Shermans are awesome. ZSU 2, yeah, I forgot what the number was. Shilka. Got 90% of the way through 2 222s and 1 221 during the stream. Dunkelgelb Uber Alice. So you're making a 221 and a 222 in Dunkelgelb, huh? Excellent. I wouldn't even consider doing either one of those two in that color. I just think of those vehicles as being early war. I know they used 222s all the way through the war, but I always think of them in a Africa Corps or Panzer Gray thing, but I'll see an illustration of a 231 in like 44 in like yellow, and it looks weird. It looks weird to me. It looks the same way a Czech 38 in Dunkelgelb looks. It's just weird. Man, the back of this turret is just... You should be sent to the frickin' gulag for this kind of work. To the gulag with you, you son of a bitch. Okay, and then these have a half hatch. A half-ass hatch. We're going to leave that bent up. That adds some interest there. We're going to try the new AK paints with the Soviet colors and see if they're any different than the regular. Why did you say that on the one feed that they said that the Soviet color is so hard to get right? I think you were just being facetious. It's probably the easiest color to get right, to be honest with you. Here I go being honest again. God, I wish I didn't say that. Sound like a politician that's lying all the time. Well, to be honest with you. Oh, now you're going to be honest. Man, the sounds that are coming out of my stomach, you'd think I'm about to blow ass. Quite like the Stuka and the Gull Wings. Me too. Those great big spats. That's a nice big engine cowl and an awesome splinter around. Well, yeah, I love it. Stuka's a nice plane. Wish it was a good 148 scale kit of one. I wish you'd just make him a 172nd. One of my all-time favorites is the Heinkel 111. Me too. And yes, I know it looks like a flying turd. Not really. A flying turd. I had a Dornier 17E model. And yes, I'm ashamed to say it was in 48 scale. And I was going to make it with Spanish Civil War markings. And I don't know what happened to it. I don't even know who the manufacturer was, but I can still have the decal set. Your stomach is churning enough to make Rick do a jig. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not hungry. I had a big lunch. Maybe that was it. But that was a while ago. Before I got on, so. 2 hours and 40 minutes. 2 hours, almost 3 hours ago? Oh, maybe it's about to come out or something. I don't know. This thing has... I think this part's thicker than the other one. Well, that's going to be up. You're stuck on your scales for model building. I only want to build 48th and 135th. What did 172nd do to you? As somebody on the miniatures page put it, the one true scale. People would just get unglued when they heard that. Probably did it on purpose. Okay. That's got to come off. It's hard to say which it tapers from which one to which one. This is not a barrel that tapers a whole lot. I think it tapers more like this. Oh. That's just what we're going to roll with. Love hanging out here, and the vibe is great to get so much done. You know, I get actually more done if I'm not on here. However, I would have quit by now. I would have gone to do something else. So, yeah, man, I appreciate you being here. You know, even if you're quiet. This forces me to stay. How long have I been on task? Almost 3 hours? You know, I do it for me. The fact that other people can enjoy this, dude, that's just bonus, you know? Yeah, it should be a good vibe. If you have a channel where there's not a good vibe, man, you're doing something wrong. You know, I give people shit about stuff all the time. If Nordic wants to do, you know, 1/43rd scale cars, well, that's what he wants to do. I don't need to convert him to anything. Join the revival. There he is. White Barnes. White. How are you, man? What is it? 8:40 over there? Is this still 5 hours, or did that time change screw things up? Okay, that barrel goes on that. This is the El Hacho. Now, here's where you got to be careful, because there's some pieces here that are not scrap. 2, 3, and there should be a 4th tow hook. And if there isn't, it doesn't matter, because that would be one of the first things that would frickin' go, is a frickin' tow hook. Ooh. We have a container. Where's the instructions says it goes? Well, that one has it there. I don't see it here. I see nothing on the instructions where the container goes. $8.40. Okay, so it has not. The time change put us back to 5 hours apart. That's what I'm used to it being. I'm used to it being 5 hours apart. I don't know where this piece goes. Well, you know what? We've got a parts box that we're not afraid to add to. Let's get rid of these guys right here. All this scrappage. We got a machine gun that goes there. We'll just be short one tow hook. Doesn't bother me any. Okay. That's one. Now, let's go ahead and do this one as well. This all should be the same. But this one's got a barrel already attached. Kind of. Look at this. You can shoot around a corner with this thing. There's a guy that used to sell, I don't know if he still does, he used to sell miniatures on eBay. I'm not going to tell you what his handle is, because I don't want to make him feel uncomfortable. Okay. So some of these are missing this half hatch, which I've had to create hatches, so that actually doesn't bother me. So these are candidates of vehicles that I'm going to have probably with a hatch open. Okay. That's good to know. So how many vehicles do I have? How many 234s do I have? 234-85s with missing hatches. That's one of them. Because I may just leave those for the open hatch things. Okay, this one's sealed, so that's probably not missing one. Where is the grab bag of many tanks? Here. I bet every one of these doesn't have a hatch. These are all from an estate sale. The guy had all kinds of Soviet stuff, and he passed away before he got to any of it, so maybe he's enjoying somebody doing this stuff. I have a feeling that, you know, he's got more important things to do than watch some dumbass build his tanks. 1, 2. Okay, none of these have hatches. They got lost in translation. And it's going to be a lot easier to build a hatch and leave it open than having it down and being flat, right? Yeah, because it's not going to have any I'm not going to put this kind of detail. I'll paint the detail. Maybe it is easier to have it closed. Anyhow, 1, 2, 3, 4. So half of the T-34-85s will not, I have a hatch I have to make. Oh, and that one too. 5 of the 8 T-34-85s have a hatch that I've got to make, that I have to make. All right, so I'm going to make all of those with the hatches closed. All right, I've made that decision. So, okay. So every one of these, I will make a hatch for it. And normally that would scare the crap out of me, but I kicked it out of the park when I had to build the hatches for those Panzer IIIs, and that's probably the thing that I've done recently that I'm the most impressed with. I think it turned out really, really well. Okay, we just need 1 barrel for that, so all these extra barrels go with this. Okay, cool. We got that out of the way. We processed that. One more. Let's do 2 T-34-85s. Pre-elevator jogged my memory. I got a load on Thursday, cleaned up my rusty priming brush in an instant. Yeah. It's always 5 hours difference. But they don't do daylight saving times. Daylight saving times. A kid modeled the Romulan bird of prey, probably less than a dozen pieces, but boy, I love that thing. You just jogged my memory, man. I think way back in the day, well, way back in the day for me was, for what I'm about to say, was the early 90s. I worked at a hobby store and I had built a next generation Romulan ship, but never painted it. Now that I remember. I never was into Star Trek. If it was more like naval combat stuff, like, you know, like a war movie, just in space, I'd probably watch it more. But it has too much BS that I'm not interested in. You know, the uniforms all suck. I didn't grow up with it, you know. I don't really like science fiction. You know, the list goes on. But the Romulan ships... Did you say Romulan or did you say Klingon? Romulan bird of prey. Okay, because they were like allies or whatever. Use one of them. Okay. Soviets experimenting with a wavy gun barrel for their tanks. Yeah. Comrade, I've got something for you. I should prime these Soviets and then paint them tonight. And we'll do vodka shots. I won't do shots. I'll sip on it. Last time I've only sipped on vodka one time. And and it sobered me up. Because, you know, it's basically fuel. So you got to drink it slow. You drink alcohol slow, it doesn't have any effect on you. Yeah, if you have a gallon maybe, but having 4 ounces or less. No problem. We won't do it while we're playing with knives though. How about that? This running gear is just beautiful. Really, really good looking running gear. Has the rubber tires on it. It's got the holes drilled out. Of course, I'm not going to drill them all the way out, but you know, to lighten the load. Of course, I'm sure those things probably got caked full of mud in no time. Honestly, a T-34-85 is a really good-looking vehicle, in my opinion. In Soviet Russia, tank barrel waves at you, comrade. My favorite one. My favorite one of those. In Soviet Russia, girl penetrates you. These T-34-85s are going to look really cool. I may do them. I may paint a couple of them for Berlin, as I really like that white stripe. I know they only used it for Berlin. It doesn't matter. It looks so good. It looks so good. And at one time, you're like, you know, okay, well, the Soviets didn't use a whole lot of camouflage. Well, they didn't, but some of their stuff actually looks pretty freaking decent. And these are downright good-looking vehicles. Now, I don't know if these had turret baskets or not, because the T-34-76s did not, and that is just a nightmare. It's just a nightmare, unless you're firing forward and that's it. You start turning the barrel 90 degrees or worse, you're tripping over everything on the bottom of that turret. I remember one of the first micro armor things I got was T-34-85s. And even in the pack, they gave you two variants. They had like, these are the extractor fans back here, and one of them came with a couple different turrets with different variants of that. I can't stand watching Russian-made movies, though. Because they just paint... And the problem that I have with them is really only one. They paint this picture that everything is just hunky-dory in Russia before the Germans show up. And that's all they would have to do. I'm okay with them being patriotically Russian, you know, painting the Germans as horrible invaders, because they were, you know. But this whole idea that, you know, everybody is just singing Kumbaya, you know, is just a bunch of horse shit. I've got 10 6mm T-34-85. Do you think they're a good-looking vehicle? I think they really are. I think they have some really attractive lines. And honestly, an 85mm gun, pretty nasty. You bought your first armor in over 25 years, Italian. You know, I've been eyeing those. What scale are you doing, Barnes? I've been eyeing those S-model Italian stuff. Now that's a hard army to play and not want to do the accent the entire time you're playing. Oh, a 15mm Da Vinci tank. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Isn't that made by, oh man. It used to be 15 Alternative Armies. Yeah, I think it's a good looking tank. It was probably horrible for the crew, like working conditions. But on the outside, it's a good looking tank. I think the BTs are good looking tanks, especially the BT-7s. I would say that most Russian vehicles are attractive looking. What'd you think of my Frankenpanzer? You like how it turned out? I think that model, I think that model tank looks really good. First of all, I like the idea of a German tank being a German tank, a German design. You know, a Panther is basically a response to these guys. Not these guys, but the earlier T-34s. You're like, we gotta do something about this. These guys are eating us alive. And they came up with a Panther. And the Panther's got some great lines on it. But it's definitely a response to the, to, you know, to, yeah. Yeah, see, I still know my 15 millimeter stuff. I still got it. Oh, you curvy bastard. Again, it is not obvious which way the taper is. Germans took the T-34 design and made it sexier, in my opinion, with the Panther. Of course they did. Yep. I don't like the interwoven road wheels, though. I don't. You know, there's a guy that people post the pictures that they worked on it. I forget what site this was on, but this guy had made a diorama with a Panther. It was in Panzer gray, and I'm like, I don't want to tell the poor guy, like, you know, they were never painted Panzer gray, but you know, the guy liked it, whatever. But there's other people, it's the wrong color for the, you know. If I've got a vice clamp, you should be able to straighten those barrels. I do not have a vice clamp, and it's straightened enough. It's not it's more of a which side is the end side. No, I don't have a vice clamp, and I can't make my own ammo. No, I'm not a Tim the Toolman Taylor kind of person. I like these kind of tools, but those, you know, like I'm not a fan of real tools. My dad liked all that stuff, and maybe I saw him working on so much stuff, so much I had no interest in doing that. I wouldn't mind working on cars. I wouldn't mind working on my car. I don't know about working on somebody else's car. I don't want to be a mechanic, but I think it'd be cool if there was some place in town. I know that you can't do it. There's some place in town. If there was a car club where you could have, like, you know, a lift that you can use and do, you know, minor stuff to your own vehicle, but the wrong people would show up, and I already know what kind of people that attracts, unfortunately. Just like any hobby. Half the people are just complete assholes. And then the other half of the other half are really cool. So it's really like 25% of the people. And it doesn't matter what the hobby is, whether it's the shooting sports, vehicles, that kind of stuff. There was a car show. I went a couple of months in a row. I'm like, okay, well, I got kind of a sporty car, and meet other people there and just have a good time talking about stuff. And half the people are just like, they're in this competition, like, I don't want to say anything nice about anybody else's stuff because I'm jealous. I'm like, I ain't got time for that, you know? I don't know where the hell this little thing goes. Well, we're not going to put it on if we don't know where it is, and we can always put it on afterwards, so. But that's where I just came to the realization. It's about 25% or so of the people that actually are involved in something that you want to hang out with. You know? When I'm doing something as a hobby, it needs to all be happy. You know? Tim Taylor was a boob. I remember we used to watch that show religiously back in the day. I didn't see every episode of it because it was live, but we watched all the rest of his new show, and it's funny how different his character is in the new show. It's almost like he's the only one that isn't the idiot in the new show. Different kind of idiot. That's going to be a pain in the ass to keep straight. It's almost like I need to drill it and make it deeper. Okay. No, we're only going to do 2 for now. I'd like to do them all. All right, I got 3 Panthers. Yeah, too bad you're facing 8 T-34 85s. Whoopsk! As a friend of mine would say, whoopsk! I like the idea that you were recommending about for the handles using the staples, but I ain't got time for that right now. Maybe in the future. And probably, you know, this is pretending to have some handles. Should do that with the with some of the earlier T-34s. I don't have any staples here. You mean like this one? Yes, this is the one staple I have. I don't know about these little fuel things in the back. I don't know about them yet. I'm going to have to look at some stuff on here to decide whether or not I want to do them. Okay, and here's the machine gun. Okay, I think we can, let's clean up these barrels, and then we'll look at some pictures and see how we want to make them, because I want to make these guys different from each other. Let's clean all this stuff up. We'll use it. I don't know about you, I personally would not be thrilled about having gas on the outside of my vehicles. Like I was mentioning to somebody the other day, a fire on an engine deck will take out the smallest vehicle as easily as it will the largest one. It's just something you don't want near you. You do not want flames getting inside the engine, catching the engine on fire. Yes, these tanks have fire extinguisher, but it's like trying to pee on something. They are freaking tiny. You know, flamethrowers are deadly to these things. Honestly, the one that doesn't have a machine gun should probably make it a flamethrower one. Well, no one ever accused Soviet tank designers of being brilliant. Well, I wouldn't say that. You could do the right thing in Russia and Stalin could still kill you. You know? Be right back. I'd like to know if the German tank crews aim for those fuel cans. I don't know. It's diesel, so it's not, it's not as bad as regular gasoline. Be right back. All right, let's take a look at what we got here. T-34 in action, okay. There's T-34-85s in that. There is Downfall. There is Soviet Tanks in Combat, 41 to 45. There is, what else do we have? I feel like there's another one I have. I got one on Soviet heavy tanks. That's technically wouldn't be in there. It's not a heavy tank. Maybe everything, plus stuff on the internet. All right. Squadron signal first. This old classic. All right. And we're looking for positioning of the fuel canisters. Okay, here we have the schematic flattened turret. I don't know if this is a flattened turret or not. 1944 production. It has 2 fuel tanks. Has 2 fuel containers on this side, 1 on this one, and these 2 little things on the back. So I'll at least do one of them on there. Is there any other pictures of these guys? Oh, these are the early ones that have, it's hard to find a model of one of those that has the flat where it meets the gun here. I don't have any, and none of my T-34s have that. And those were the early ones that had that. I think it was actually a different gun, to be honest with you. All right, let's see what we got here. See if there's anything interesting of note here. It has the 2 mushroom vents. Okay, so this is a 44 model. Time production is switched to the ZIS S53 gun. Okay. The DT5 and ZIS S53 ARM versions are easily distinguishable from one another by examination of the gun mantlet. Yep. This is a ZIS 53. Had a distinctive armored collar around the gun where it met the mantlet. The performance of both guns is nearly identical. ZIS 53 was adopted due to assembly and servicing advantages. By the early of spring 44, the other two factories initiated T-30-45 production, Zavod number 174 in Omsk, and Zavod number 183 in Nizhny Tagil. Of all the factories connected with T-34 production, 183 was by far the largest producer, accounting for 35,000 by May 1945. Holy shit. Krasnoye Sormovo Zavod NR-112 was second with some 10,000 built during the war years. The T-30-45s produced at the three factories were basically similar, though there were some differences in the contours of the turret castings and in small fittings. The source of these casting variations is not confirmed, but is suspected to have been related to the assembly factories. For convenience, these variances have been labeled flattened, composite, and angle jointed. Besides the turret differences, there were minor differences in the hull fittings. Okay, this looks to be a flattened turret. Angle jointed. Okay, had an angle joint here at the front. I think I have a model that has that. And the composite. Okay, has it? Okay, these are flattened. These are flattened turrets. Okay, I think this is the most. Said it was the most common one. So. The mass production of the T-30-45 also brought about other changes from the automotively similar T-34 Model 43. The fillet joint in the glacis plate with the lower box plate was gradually changed in shape, becoming quite pointed. Yeah, it's pretty pointed. Splash strips were added at the furthest extremities of the turret ring at the front and back, both sides. I don't see them. The handholds on the hull side were modified instead of the long rod style commonly used on a T-34 Model 43. Separate handholds were introduced. On some late machines, the rounded forward fenders gave way to folding squared-off fenders. Yeah, mine were all round. '45, some modifications were made to the hull roof. The earlier cupola with split hatches was replaced by a slightly larger one with a one-piece hatch. Don't have those. Some T-30-45s are the composite and angle jointed turrets. The joined mushroom vents, which this one has, at the top of the turret rear were replaced by a pair of separate dome vents, one at the rear and one further forward. Don't have that. T-30-45 first entered combat with the 1st Guards Tank Army in the spring of '44. It was a welcome counterweight to the numerous Tiger and Panther tanks encountered during the offensives through Belarusia and Ukraine into Poland. While at earlier points in the war, radios were allotted only to platoon and company commanders, from '43 all the vehicles were so equipped. Where is the radio position? It's in the turret. Interesting. Interesting. There's a periscope here, and there's actually not a hole for the antenna. Well, that's a damn good place for it to be, though. Okay, cool. Okay, so let's look at these fuel things if we have any kind of an idea here. Kev's gonna be mad. I took his bit of telling bad jokes. Yeah. Why did you have to stomp on his territory? Look at this. Look at this picture here. This one right here. So it's got one track link of extra reinforcing there. Just freaking one. Like, is that a spot where, the guy's weenie was and he didn't want it blown off? Wow. This one doesn't have any fuel cans on it. Oh shit, that's what I forgot to do. I forgot to add troncos. The tree trunks. I got tons of tree trunks. Here's a couple of them with them. Oh. Yeah, these guys have tree trunks up here. Let's grab a couple tree trunks. Maybe give one of them a tree trunk. That's going to be in the way of the fuel cans, isn't it? Yep. Okay. Yes, thank you. Here's one that has that ventilator they were talking about. One at the front, one at the back. They got one here. They got one back here. Instead of both of them at the back. Okay. I'll leave that open. What else we got in the other book? Geez, what I do? Shove them up my ass? Well, I didn't know where they were then. Yeah. Military book club. Remember that? Any of you guys get suckered into getting a military book club? I did it for a couple of years and got a lot of books out of it. I thought it was a good value. Till you wanted to cancel. And they were like freaking Nazis about it. Here's that same picture without one track link. Okay, this one, a couple of these don't have those little boxes back there. All right, I think I know what I'm going to do. Oh, anything interesting in the Downfall book? Actually, this Downfall book's really cool. I got this for like nothing. Next to nothing at the used bookstore. I've never really been interested in the really late stuff. Nice thing is there's no Zimmer during that time period, so that's a plus. But no, I don't see anything else that jumps out at me. Okay, so I want to look at this drawing because this is a lot clearer where these little things go than the instructions that come with the tank. There's an attachment point there. Seems like they would go like that with a blanket over the top of them. want to get that wrong. Let's look on the internet. Let's do a search for T-34 85. It's quicker than going at scale mates. Oh, here's a picture in the museum. Yep, those little brackets go across the top of it. Okay, cool. All right. Epoxy time. This takes a long time. But I've also done a lot of stuff. You know, this is the kind of stuff that's a pain to do Monday through Friday. Oh, we need more than that. We got to do the whole running gear and everything. We got to go crazy. Rick made you do it? He's not even here, is he? Is Rick here? Hey folks, Rick here. That's how you know if he's there. Barrel last. We need extra thick for the barrel. So let's put everything on that is going to be easy to apply. So first thing, tow hooks. Of course you're here. What are you doing? Are you like, are you grinding? I haven't found a game that I've had to grind, but I've been able to be so removed from it that I can, you know, listen to something else. So I applaud you for being able to do that. This isn't really working well. Man, my stomach is just like, doesn't even hurt, but it's like, man, there's a symphony going on. Symphony in B flat. I know nothing about music. Is that even possible? Any musical nerd burglars on here? A toy show I was earlier in game night. Miniature Market is having some kind of sale with the stuff priced below $5, so I'm checking it out. Toy show. He's getting you a big pink strap on. It's not that kind of show. Oh, okay. Never mind then. Nerd burglar alert, that's right. Auga! Look out! You do not know the ways of the nerd burglar. Toy show. How weird were the people at the toy show? And you know what I can't stand about toy shows? People that like sell toys and they don't open them. Speaking of toy shows, I went to a play last night that I know a guy that was directing it. And in the play, they pull a toy out of one of the cabinets, and it was a Masters of the Universe, the old kind of Skeletor. And I had everything in my power not to say at the top of my voice, "He-Man!" But I thought it. Nice. I'm probably going to have to do a new mix for this, for each tank. This is just congealing way too fast. Let's see. Man, the attachment points on this thing are just piss poor. Oh, this is just sloppy Sloppelstein. Holy shit. Let's see if we can do anything with this. Ooey gooey patooey. This stuff is definitely behaving a little differently than the old other batch that I have. It is a lot wetter when I first put it down, which is a good thing, but it's definitely behaving differently. You know, so there's a spot here on the back that looks like it would meet the actual hull. It doesn't. There's like a gap between the two. Just poorly designed. Just poorly designed. All right, let's mix up another batch. I need to ditch this one because I don't know what's going on there, what's alive and what's not. Let's grab a piece of... Generation 1 Grimlock. I had a couple of those. I didn't have that one. Did I? I don't know. I had one that was called Blitzwing. And that was one that transformed 3 different ways. It was a freaking robot, and it was a tank, and it was like a MiG-23. And it was like buff color and purple. And I thought it was really... I think it was Blitzwing. It was a Decepticon. Anyways, it was pretty cool. I always thought it would be neat to make like a game, like a tabletop game that would use those toys, you know. I mean, it'd be a serious game, but a lot of those toys are pretty decent looking, you know. I thought that'd be cool. There was a guy, one of the coolest games I ever saw. One of the coolest games I ever saw is Historicon 2019. Let me think where it was at. Yeah, I think it was the first time it was held at the new location in Lancaster. And this guy had 3D printed a bunch of G.I. Joe stuff in 28 mil. And it was, done in the same spirit of the action figures with their 28 millimeter figures. And it was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. Because it like brought back, childhood memories. I mean, they had the Dreadnoks and freaking Firefly. And I haven't talked about this stuff since I was 13 years old. And and Firefly and Trouble Bubbles. And I'm like, holy shit, there's Trouble Bubbles over there. And he had 3D printed everything. And it was painted, and it was painted well. You know? Super, super cool. Super cool. I don't know if the game was worth a damn, or, you know. Might have been one of those that no matter what happens, nobody can get killed. Me Grimlock. What is it? He's like a brontosaurus, right? That was back when we had a brontosaurus. Now that's one of those dinosaurs that they nerfed. Sorry, your favorite dinosaur has been nerfed. Well, not my favorite dinosaur, but they had 3, right? A T-Rex, a brontosaurus, and a triceratops. Why do you like Grimlock so much? He's like a dumbass. He was what? Gold, red, and black. Grimlock was T-Rex. Well, I've seen both G.I. Joe movies. I think there's 2, right? And they pretty much suck. But even though I haven't seen them, I'm going to bet that they're better than the Masters of the Universe movies, which I haven't seen. But I can't stand what's his name. I can't stand the guy that's all neck. God, what's his name? Channing Tatum. I can't stand him. Poor guy. But I can't stand him. Dead 5. You actually like the Master Universe movie from the 80s despite having little to do with the show. Isn't that a movie that's like Lundgren's in there or something like that? He's in so many freaking movies that are terrible. Like, who's the other guy that's in... Like, he must have had like the worst agent of all time. Rutger Hauer. Rutger Hauer is like in the worst freaking movies. Yeah, I guess the G.I. Joe movie didn't have much to do with the toys either. I don't know. Sienna Miller was looking pretty hot, though. Just saying. Coke time! Time for some... What was that guy called? It? Peruvian marching powder. Oh, man. That killed me. Be right back. Okay, here's a little tip for those of you that like adult drinks. This stuff is a great freaking mixer. This flavor in particular, grapefruit citrus, phenomenal. There's also another drink that's out that's an adult beverage. It's called... Shit, what's it called? Let me go get one. It looks like this. I'll go get one. I won't have it, but I'll go get one. This stuff right here. This is relatively new. I think my wife tried this at some event and she really liked it. It's called the Finish Long Drink, and it's actually a gin-based traditional citrus. It's very similar tasting to this. It already has alcohol in it and 5.5%. Gin with natural grapefruit and juniper berry flavors and carbonation. And you can always add gin, even more gin to this. This is an excellent mixer as well. So, Rutger was in Blade Runner, which is a good movie. I tried watching Blade Runner about a year ago and with the daughter, and we hated it. Sorry, I waited too long to watch it. Anyways, adult beverage recommendations. Especially for you, Rick, that you like things in cans. Well, you see, I don't know how many live shows I've done. Let's say hundreds. Only one have I had an adult beverage on. So I am a big fan of adult beverages. I just never partake in them. It's just not a big part of my life. You know? It's, I need to drink while I'm at work. I don't need to drink while I'm not at work, you know? I'm hanging out. I'm having the best, I'm having the best life right now. All is good. But I may have some later tonight. But you know, you have so little and you drink it slow. It's like, it's just the idea of it. It's not, I don't need for it to take me to a different place. This is where I want to be. You'd rather take an adult entertainment break. Yeah, be back in 30 seconds. Man, this stuff is good. The problem is I just like caffeine. It just has none of it in it. But it's a great mixer. The other thing that's really good, they make this, I want to say we were on a cruise and it was sponsored by a rum called Pinnacle. And they make one that is, I gotta look what it is. If you pour that over like grape soda, oh man, it's freaking amazing. Or orange soda. Whipped, that's what it is. It's whipped vodka. Whipped vodka. This stuff right here is freaking, you know, it's, you can smell it. It smells kind of creamy. Yeah. This stuff is great over like a Sunkist or something like that. You can make like a creamsicle taste. So if you're you're someone like myself who's not a fan of sweet drinks because they make your stomach feel like crap, you take something like a Diet Sunkist, pour some of that over it, and you've got a creamsicle that's basically sugar-free, you know? I'd rather the adult entertainment break over drinking adult drinks from a can. I'm not going to comment on it smelling creamy. Yep. I knew you were going to go there. But that's what it smells like. You know. Anyway, just some suggestions. I don't cook, but I bartend. But the problem is I never bartend because there's not really an occasion for it. And I like to talk about drinking a lot more than actually drinking. Because you don't get a hangover from talking about it. You got to talk a lot about drinking to get a hangover from it. What? What I wish I knew how to do is to live stream something I'm playing on the Xbox. Because I got a game that's freaking fantabulous. And the commentary would be... I would enjoy doing the commentary on it a lot. And it's a game that none of you guys have played. And it's a game that is one of my favorite games ever made. It's a zombie game. But the stuff that happens in it is just... It's a zombie game that isn't scary. You know. But all kinds of stuff happen in it. And I don't know how to do that. I guess maybe if I really wanted to do it, I could figure it out. But... that doesn't get any tanks made, so, you know. I do like playing video games, but it is definitely second nature to what I'm doing here. Not second nature. It's not the important thing. Bourbon whiskey, I could do it. Ah, Snapdragon. It's too watery. This is definitely less of a pain in the butt than the Skytrex ones that have that huge piece of flash that I have to take off. That's just brutal. Now this is like the dumbest design ever because this needs to sit like this, and there's not enough of a purchase on this. Maybe if I beat the shit out of it. It's like the wrong shape for it to sit in here. You know what I need? I need like a regular screwdriver so that epoxy can dry on me. And the problem is it goes from it's too wet to it's too dry in a moment. Here we go. This could do nicely. The kid that ate paste. I think that was just a fake tale. I don't think anybody's out eating paste or glue. Let's put the suspension on here. Running gear, whatever you want to call it. All I know is this would be hell putting it on with super glue. With this little bit of a gluing surface, you're going to wish you weren't born. Or you're going to wish the person who designed this kit was never born. Let's see if we can do this now. Where's the stickum stuff? Back-to-back days of 6 miles. Awesome, man. I've gotten no exercising done. None since the girls have been gone. None. And I don't feel guilty about it. None. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Easy cheesy. That's not gonna do. There's too much goop coming out. All right. Let's remix another one. How much is their shipping though? It's all less than $5. How much is their shipping? What did you say? Miniature market? Never ordered anything from them before. I know somebody who always pushes them on their channel. Honestly, I've never even heard of them. Had it not been for that person. Hey, they should sponsor me. That way I get free shit. I'm not interested in being sponsored by anyone. Because when somebody drops the ball, I want to call them on it. They're like, well, it's my sponsor, so I guess I just got to put up with it. Nope. I'm not allowed to get away with murder in my work. Yeah, that's good. Sehr gut. Let's put this somewhere that's out of the way. And let's make sure that the barrel isn't cockeyed. Ah! Have you ever inventoried everything you have, Rick? That would keep me from buying shit. I gotta inventory this? Oh, screw this. I don't know if I could have all those games. There's not that many games I like. Just like, hey, you can have we're gonna throw you a party with 200 people. I don't think there's 200 people I like. There may be, but I haven't met 180 of them. Oh man, that killed me. All right. We have these stupid lights. Oh, I was gonna beat on this some. You guys have thunderstorms, and I haven't seen rain in weeks. And pretty soon, in a month, it'll be raining every effing day, and everything's gonna get canceled at work because people can't take it because of the weather. The rain definitely disrupts the workload at work. For sure, for sure. Oh, I hear Billy Badass out there. I'm just mixing way too much at one time. I just can't even. I can't even deal with the amount that I have. This is why I like the plastic stuff so much better. You don't have this problem. And super glue is just so damn brittle. All right. And these little happy things. It looked like they would be like that. I better look at Scalemates. I better look at a model kit from Scalemates. So let's go to Scalemates. And we're going to do a search for T34 85. Let's just do a search for that and see what we get. What the hell happened? Let's do a search. Come on. Okay. And let's do 135th. Have the most amount of detail. And sure, let's go Tamaya. And I specifically want, if it's got the little barrels on the back. Let's download the instructions. And this one does not have the knickknacks on the back. Oh, Snapdragon. Okay. See if I can find a box that has them on there. Let's take, yeah. Let's check vehicles, tanks. Okay, here's one. So many brands I don't recognize. All of a sudden I'm seeing all these model kits and none of them have that particular container on the back. Because it's kind of like a fuel can, but it kind of isn't. I wonder if it's something else. It's got to be like this. Let's see if this has instructions. If not, I'll just leave them off. Oh, these instructions are terrible. It's got the bracket that catches it on the bottom. But then this has like two little bracket things here. That has to be like that. I don't know. I'm going to leave them off. I'm going to leave them off these until I can do some research and find out exactly how they go, because it's not a... Used to watch the Three Stooges. I don't know if I watched them with my dad. I don't know if he liked them. Are you live? This app is screwy. I don't know what app you're doing. You watching adult programming? Okay. These guys go like this. Okay, there's hardly anything on this side. So that trunk would go a hell of a lot better on that side than this one. Let's try not mixing up as much. We don't have anything that has a ton of volume right now. Man, I better get a move on. I better get this done and get a move on, or I'm not going to be able to. Well, you know what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I'm not able to do this stuff. All right. One of these, when you have that sitting like that. We don't have to get this done by any period of time. I just need something to be able to work on. I can't finish those German tanks because of the numbers. And again, it's like, you just kind of do the best you can with what you have. I know that there's all kinds of aftermarket kits for, extra stuff that goes on German half tracks, but you can't just keep throwing money at the problem. You got to work with what you have. It's always like, you could buy this and you could buy this other thing. You could buy something else. Well, people that sell things, they really want you to do that kind of stuff. And then all you're doing is running around buying shit and you're never happy. Okay, that one's going to sit like that. And we're going to put 2 fuel tanks on this side. And we're going to do another one over here. I can't imagine doing this with super glue. I mean, I rarely use it. I have to use it for like some photo etch stuff, but that's about it. Now, I got a little bit more than I would like. And then this one, we're going to put 2 on each side. Now we're going to put 1 here. Let's see what this one looks like, because we need it set to rest on here. I don't mind. I don't have to use every single thing that comes with these. Yeah, we're just going to put 1 there and have it sit on top of that. And then on this side, we're going to put 1 even with it on this one over here. Okay, these little bastards, I'm not going to put them on. I don't, I mean, unless they go like that, but I don't know why this frame reinforcement would be across the top. So I'm not convinced. They may actually be a smoke discharger. I didn't know they made a special something for a photo etch dispenser. That's cool. I've only had 1 experience with photo etch and it was positive. So I can't speak badly of it. Because I had not had a bad experience with it. Now, Check one thing. Okay. Son of a bitch. Well, this is actually, once it starts setting, this is actually really forgiving. Unlike super glue. Let's make sure we got the placement okay on these things. Yeah, sure enough, this thing's rolling downhill. You know, the fact that it stays pliable for a little bit of time is actually, you can use that to your advantage. Sewing needle and a pin vise to apply super glue, and then burn the dried glue off. Okay, and then you huff that. Whoa, man! I'm sure that's toxic. Seems like it would work. Yeah, I guess that's what this is, right? A sewing needle. Oh, man. Those things are really useful. Really, really useful. Well, we've been on here 4 freaking hours. We've painted nothing. We've put a crap ton of stuff together. You know, that a lot of it just takes time to do. And, yeah, so we've got a bunch of stuff to take to go get to the garage before I run out of daylight. I know I'm not going to be able to get all this stuff done, but that's okay. So we got 3 T-34s. And these, I don't think I'm going to be able to mess with them. The barrels are still settling. So, yeah, they don't give you an option for the loader's hatch to be open too. That'd be cool. I have 2 guys popping out of there, like, you know, getting into an argument or something like that at the top of the tank. Anyhow, I'm going to call this one because I'm going to do some spraying, and then I may come back on later today. We'll just see how that plays out. But as always, thanks for stopping by. Don't forget to check out the video that I put out today about using hand sanitizer, which you guys probably already know about if you subscribe to this channel. And we'll catch you.